now.
Good morning to all. We are about to begin the fourth session of Invited Talks, which is held under the International Conference on Discrete and Applied Mathematics, ICDAM2020. The International Conference on Discrete and Applied Mathematics, ICDAM2020, aims to bring together academicians, scientists, researchers, engineers, and industrialists under one roof to share their expertise, current research findings, and developments in different domains of mathematics. The conference not only provides a platform for strengthening mathematical research, but also an opportunity for participants to understand the research trends in mathematics and update their knowledge. Yesterday, we had 3 invited talks and paper presentations at 3 venues. Today, we will be having 2 invited talks starting very soon and 2 venues for paper presentations. A new approach to weighted graph theory. The chair for the session is Dr. Sudha Balagopalan, Dean Academics with the Academy of Science and Technology.
To introduce a person, the standing of Dr. Sunil Matthew, to an august audience who has gathered to listen to him. It's a matter of pride and privilege to introduce Dr. Sunil Matthew. Just as an alumni of NIT Calicut, I did my National Institute of Technology, NIT Calicut, India, since April 2010. He has published over 60 papers in international or national journals and conferences. He has published 6 books, out of which 4 are of Springer Publications and 2 are Lambert's from Lambert's Publishers, Germany. He has, to his credit, 1 book chapter publication under Springer Publishers. He is an editor of journals, mainly Journal of Applied Mathematics and Computing, Springer, New Mathematics and Natural Computation, World Scientific Journal, Journal of Uncertainty in Math, IUMS, iSpace as well. He is the reviewer of more than 50 journals in IEEE, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, and World. His areas of general expertise are biocomputational modeling, cancer detection research, fractals and chaos, graph theory, and fuzzy graph theory. So he is presenting something in graph theory today, as I understand. He has completed 3 projects by Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, University Grants Commission, Government of India, and NIT Calicut, FRG, respectively. His non-academic interests include article writing, music, and travel. So we have a very interesting person who is presenting a very interesting paper today. His interest in music is supported by perhaps many mathematicians who are logged in today to listen to him. So over to you, Professor Sunil Matthew. We are waiting for a very interesting session from you. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm really happy to see all of you. Hope I'm audible to everyone. Actually, it is heavily raining outside. It is really heavily raining outside, so I have to raise my voice considerably. If you have any problems, related with my voice or related with my slides, just inform me. Okay. So I thank the organizers of this particular event personally for giving me an invitation. Hope everything is fine. Hope I'm visible to you. My sound is audible to you.
Everything's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, Today I'm going to discuss something about a very important topic of today. Can you imagine a day without internet nowadays? Especially in this corona days, it is really difficult, right? In this corona days, it is really difficult to imagine a day without internet. Because we are now using this platform as a tool. Actually, personally, I like to have meetings of this kind than face-to-face interactions, because we can accommodate more people, we can have more freedom of speech. I really like this particular platform. One, so as I told you, this is the era of internet. There is no question about that. Also, we have plenty of interconnection networks today, like power grids, personal networks, for example, like WhatsApp and Facebook. Then other types of networks, road networks. Then this many are there. So this is a world of interconnection network. Day by day, the applicability, the importance of interconnection networks are increasing. So in this particular scenario, I have chosen my particular topic. I shall share my presentation now. I hope I am allowed to share it. Yes, I think so. Thank you. So the title of today's speech will be a new approach to weighted graph theory. A new approach to weighted graph theory is my title. See, as you know, graph theory is a very old, hundreds of years old subject. If you open a graph theory book today, what you find inside, most of the topics you find inside are related with non-weighted graphs. Most of the content available in the day-to-day books are related with ordinary graph. That means unweighted graphs, graphs without any weights. But let's just look at the networks like this. I have some networks here. First one, you can see this is a directed network. Some direction is there. For example, if there is a traffic network with restrictions for traffic, I have to plot something like this. At the same time, if I have a friendship graph, that also is a network, A likes B and B likes C. That is the motto of friendship, usually. So this will be the model in that scenario. So there are two different types. So in the second type, we can call it as interconnection network, because they are connected, interrelated. See, certain computers connected together. Data from A to B as well as B to A are allowed, data flow. So I'm going to simply concentrate on the second type, interconnection networks. Okay, that will be the topic of today's discussion. And what I have to tell you is, there is no mathematically sound theory to deal with very important situation nowadays. I present that situation in front of you. See, some of you might have to leave this particular program in the middle, not because of your fault, because of less internet connectivity. You may have to face internet problems. You may sometimes say, there is no speed for my net. It is not because you are simply cut off from the internet, your speed is reduced. Similarly, when I am living in Kerala, you know that we have a lot of problems with electricity here. Big problems. Sometimes, voltage may come down, so I have to face little small problems. So, in most of the networks, and another important one is traffic networks. You know that, traffic delay is one of the major concerns of the globe now, because vehicles are increasing day by day. So, in most of the networks, we face delay than disconnection. There is no need for any argument on that. We face delay, not disconnection. Internet delay, traffic delay, power grid problems, and sometimes we wait for friend's message. Sometimes it may happen due to network delay, and we may sometimes will be in a very different mood that way. So, in the current century or in the current day-to-day situation, we have to concentrate on that type of problems. How we can reduce this delay problems. See, just look at this slide. I've written something like maximum bandwidth problem. Let me tell you, mathematicians were not much involved in these weighted graph type problems for the last 40 or 50 years. Yes, of course, there were some papers by Bondi, Dirac, Murty, etc. But still, only a finite handful number of papers available on that. But computer science people, they were really working nicely on this particular area, and they have developed plenty of algorithms. You just Google this word maximum bandwidth problem. See, left picture, this represents the bandwidth between, bandwidth between certain routers, right? So you can select paths, and you can determine the bandwidth. You can try to increase the connectivity, etc., etc. The right side also is similar picture. They are all interconnection networks. You can see that they represent weighted graphs. These bandwidth problems represent weighted graphs. There are certain numbers associated with these links or wires or connections. So we will call it as the weights, okay, in our situation. Now, another problem of consideration was these bottleneck problems. One of the very important problems. You just look at this picture. See, just imagine this one as roads passing or going along a bridge. This is called a bottleneck. So, even in the usual graph theory terms, this is a bridge, you know that. All pass through that particular, that's a vulnerable link. Well, you can expect vulnerability there. Suppose, you see, if you simply think about a single thing all the time, suppose you're gloomy, suppose you're anxious, you may have problems in your brain because, some of the actions and some of the synapses will vibrate all the time, and they may have to do overload, they may have to do extra work, and in time they may sometimes fail, and you may have problems with your brain. Similarly, unless you repair this bridge in time, unless you widen this bridge properly, you may have to face a lot of problems with traffic. So this problem is called bottleneck problem. This is also an important problem which was not properly considered by mathematics people, but many algorithms are provided by computer science. Okay, and still there are problems. One is quality of service problems. If somebody is needed, they can note down these problems. Quality of service problems. They need more paths. For example, suppose your internet provider is providing you several channels. One channel for movie, one channel for internet, one channel for some extra programs. So that way, to establish more number of high flow paths is very important. Such a problem is called multi-path problem and quality of service problems. And in traffic networks, we have got widest path problem, etc. Anyway, as an introduction, I told you this, but that's all. What I have to tell you now is, actually, I have searched even in my research time for finding papers related with this type of problems, but I failed because most of them are written in terms of computer science language. I'm basically a mathematician, so I couldn't find much of them. So then I started to read Dirac's and fuzzy set theory, you know that. That was talking about some normalized things. When we normalize things, you can speak about something like intelligence. That was his idea. And that was the starting point of artificial intelligence. Okay? And later, a person called Rosenfeld introduced something called fuzzy graphs. That also motivated me. Let me tell you one thing. Even today, many people don't like fuzzy graph theory. They say it is not graph theory at all. But personally, frankly speaking, that is normalized weighted graph theory. Because the weights are normalized to 0, 1. Normalization is a very common procedure in the entire mathematics. So that is very, very important. Now, that also motivated me. Then I start thinking about these problems, and we have developed many things. We have written plenty of papers on that, and I'm going to the fundamentals now My talk today is divided into 3 parts. I understand that 15 minutes is almost finished. I have 30 more minutes left. So I will divide my talk into 3 parts. First part, I will talk about the fundamentals needed for the construction of our presentation today. Second part, I have something called a partial cut vertex. They are nothing but locations, nodes, or points which create delay, which create bottlenecks in networks. And third part, I have made a generalization to so-called Menger's theorem. You may be well aware about Menger's theorem. We have made a generalization of that some 10 years back. So in the third part of the presentation, we will see that generalization also. So I'm directly going to that portion. This may be familiar to all of you. Is the definition of a weighted graph. There is no need to read it again. A graph is weighted. Generally, when we say weighted graph, we assume that edges are weighted. Edges are given a real number as a weight. For convenience, unfortunately, nobody studied real weighted graphs. What I have seen is, even this is a labeling problem. So giving weights to the edges of a graph is a labeling problem. Giving fuzzy weights or weights in 0, 1 is a labeling problem. So what I have seen is, most people like integers, sometimes even negative integers, as weights. So assigning real number is a little difficult, but it is, many things can be done with their real numbers. So when we assign weights like this, 5, 5, 3, 2, see, when we give 8, it becomes a weighted graph. And when we have weights for vertices alone, for example, anyway, since we have a shortage of time, I'm not going to the examples, okay, in detail. When vertex alone are given weights, we can call the graph as a vertex weighted graph. But in most of the practical situations, both the vertex set as well as edge set may be weighted. In that situation, we call it as a totally weighted graph. To distinguish between these 3 situations, we use these terminologies, okay? Totally weighted graphs. So these are totally weighted graphs. You can give any weights. There are no conditions at all. If you impose conditions, that becomes something else. Fine. Now, anyway, in bandwidth problem, if you go back to bandwidth problem, Dunwich and Malden, you can see that there are plenty of paths between them. Okay, this is the possible bandwidth between Dunwich and Blackshall. 15. So what is the, along this path, what is the bandwidth possible? Only the minimum is possible. You know that. If they represent pipes or flows 1546, you cannot flow 46 along this path because 15 is the minimum number. So if you find the minimum of weights in this path, so you can see that that is the maximum possible flow, or that's the bandwidth of this path. We call it a different name. That's called, okay, the strength of the path. Dunwich, Blackshall, Fearing, Malden path. It has got a bandwidth, and that's the minimum 11. And remember, there are several ways possible from Dunwich to Malden. We check all of them and see what is the maximum possible bandwidth along any path. There can be several paths. So that maximum is called strength of connectedness between Dunwich and Malden in a mathematical term. But computer science people will call it as maximum bandwidth between Dunwich and Malden. And but transportation people will call it as the maximum width of the Dunwich-Malden path. Maximum or the widest path between Dunwich and Malden. That way, so here is a simple definition. Let it be a weighted graph. The strength of the path is taken as the weight, the minimum of the weights of its arcs. We use the terms node and arc to simply say that it is a network. That's all. So strength is physically or its meaning is bandwidth or width. And you consider all paths and take the maximum. That will be denoting, mathematically we call it as connectivity or strength of connectedness, and it is also equal to maximum bandwidth or maximum capacity. There are plenty of algorithms for finding maximum bandwidth between 2 locations. See, if you want, you can just look at this particular example. See, this is a, see, between V1 and V2, I have already explained it, but V1 is this, V2 is this. See, this is one path and this is another path. V1 and V2 is the path of maximum flow. because any other path has to take this stuff with 2 that will reduce the flow. So this is the maximum bandwidth path between V1 and V2. Similarly, between V1 and V3, V1 and V3, you have to reach here. See, this green path is the maximum path. Fine? All right. Now, these are all some basic results. Anyway, they are not different, because if you have a subgraph of the original graph or a sub-network of the original network, connectivity may be automatically less in the subgraph than the original graph. That's the first proposition. And that path whose bandwidth is the maximum, we call it as the maximum bandwidth path. Technically, graph theoretically, we call it as the strongest path. That is my definition. The strongest path is the maximum bandwidth path. Fine? Okay. Now we go to what we want. We want a partial cut. I told you the complete disconnection of a network is very rare, but strength reduction or flow reduction in networks is very common. So in most of the graph theoretical terms, we look at cut nodes, cut vertices, which are the nodes whose removal disconnects the graph. Who want disconnection nowadays? Nowadays, nothing is getting disconnected. Even a love affair is not disconnected. It will come back. It may have some problems on the flow, that's all. So we look at vertices whose removal affects the flow. For example, in the traffic network, there can be certain cities that will affect the entire traffic network. So that part is called a cut vertex, a partial cut vertex, or a partial cut node. Okay? Now W is called a partial cut vertex if there exists a pair of nodes such that the removal of that vertex affects the connectivity between them. Okay, you might have got the idea. That path is very, very influential to the flow between V and U, because every maximum bandwidth path passes through that vertex W. That's the meaning. Now, similar result is applicable for edges also. Imagine that bridge, a partial bridge. Partial bridges are not necessarily like bridges, but any bridge is a partial bridge. The removal of partial bridge, suppose there is a wide bridge and a narrow bridge. That wide bridge may be a partial bridge, but narrow bridge need not be, right? So that is the idea of a partial bridge. Now, these are certain results related with this. I already told you a vertex, a node is a strongest, is a vulnerable node or a partial cut node is. It is the internal node of every strongest path between 2 locations. So it will affect the flow. If that node is getting affected, the entire flow will be getting affected. Similar results called for, these bridges also, partial bridges also. If there is a bridge, okay, it is clearly a partial bridge. Even there are several other types of bridges as well. Now, this is a very simple result which says or which finds the partial bridges of a weighted graph or a weighted network. See, E is a partial bridge. Then this connectivity between X comma Y, what are they? X, Y is the X and Y are the end vertices of that bridge. So that connectivity is reduced by the removal of that edge E. See, what is this? This is the weight of the graph E. Connectivity between the end nodes to be less than the weight when that particular edge is removed, right? And that cannot be a weakest arc of any cycling. Search all cycles, and if it is not the weakest arc, then it is a bridge. Okay. Now, again, we can use the old classic graph theory for characterizing certain, these type of things. An edge is a p-bit G fund only if it is in every maximum spanning tree of G. You know what is going to be a maximum spanning tree? There are plenty of algorithms for finding maximum spanning trees. So look at a p-bit to say whether it is a partial bridge or not. Just look at all maximum spanning tree. If your edge is present everywhere, you can decide, you can conclude that that's a partial bridge. And if G is a weighted graph, then you can have at most n minus 1 partial bridges. Equality occurs when G is a weighted node. Very simple one. A node is a partial cut node if and only if it is an internal node of every maximum spanning tree. That's another definition. Very important one. Check out all maximum spanning trees. If that node is coming as internal node, it's a partial cut node. Fine. This is an example. Just look at this. This red one is a partial cut node, because you can easily find two pairs. For example, this V3 and V2. The removal of V4 will never cut V3 and V2, but reduce the flow between V3 and V2. The actual flow or the maximum bandwidth between V3 and V2 is the minimum of 5 and 6, that is 5. But when it goes, it becomes 5. Sorry, 5 is coming again, right? No. So, the flow is not affected here. You may just look at here. That is convenient. This V1, it is very obvious. Initially, the flow between V2 and V3 was the minimum was 7 and 8. That was 7. When it goes, it becomes 3. So this is a partial cut vertex. Similarly, you can find partial bridges here. This is a partial bridge. Even the flow between its own end nodes is affected. There are a variety of partial bridges. Due to time constraint, I am not going to discuss about them. See, between these two pairs itself, weight is 6. When it goes through some other path, it becomes something lesser than that. So that is a partial bridge. Now, we actually, in order to determine these partial bridges, we have made an algorithm in 2013. It's called arc analysis algorithm for weighted graphs. You may just refer this paper for that. And in that, I have divided the arcs into 3-4 different categories, connecting the connectivity between the end nodes of the edge and the weight of the edge. If the weight of the edge is more than the connectivity between the nodes, okay, in that situation, it is called an alpha strong edge. When connectivity and weight are equal, it is called a beta strong edge. When weight is less than connectivity, it is called a delta edge. In some other situations, we call it delta star also. So this particular division allowed us to write an algorithm for determination of different types of arcs in a network, and to characterize a few of them. Anyway, just look at this picture. The weight of this particular edge is 6. The connectivity in the graph obtained by deleting these edges between these V3 and V7, V4 is 5, and I think it is 5. So 6 reduced to 5. So connectivity is less than the weight. So this is an alpha strong edge. Now look at this edge. Connectivity through any path is 5. And that's equal to the weight. So that is a beta strong edge. And this, look at this. The connectivity in the graph obtained by deleting this edge is simply, I think 3. But this weight is 2. So this is a delta edge. In that way it goes. So remember, if an edge is strong, alpha strong or beta strong, we call it as a strong edge. Fine. Now, that was the first part of the presentation. Now we are going to the second part. You may just read this paper if somebody is interested. A characterization of partial blocks in weighted graphs. It is, I think, a 2010 paper, right? Published in Information Processing Letters. So that's about a characterization of partial blocks in weighted graphs. You may be familiar with this. You may be really familiar with this.
Kindly.
This is page number 52 of Harare's book. It is about a block. A block is equivalent to any of these conditions. Or this is a characterization of blocks involving 7 different conditions or 6 different conditions. Okay? Which are they? Every 2 vertices lie on a common cycle. Every vertex and edge lie on a common cycle. Every 2 edges lie on a common cycle, etc. I'm not going to read it again. You know this. Actually, we thought, what about generalizing this result for partial cut nodes? You know, a graph without partial cut nodes is termed as a partial block. A graph without cut vertices is called a block. Very analogously, a network without partial cut vertices is called a partial block or P block. So we tried to generalize it, but we failed. That's the reason. Okay. Actually, in 2005 or 2002, I remember, this particular thing was proved. A connected graph is a partial block if under relief. There are 2 vertices which are not alpha strong are joined by 2 generally disjoint strongest parts. Initially, this alpha strong terminology was not used in the theorem. It was a bridge. Later, we proved that a bridge and an alpha strong edge are equivalent in networks. And later, in this paper, in 2011, we obtained another result like this. If this is a partial block, then these conditions are equivalent. There were 7 conditions, but these conditions were equivalent, but none of them were equivalent to the condition that this is a partial block. So these were only necessary conditions. Again we try. Later, we obtained results like this. A partial block is equivalent to the following. We got 5 different conditions for a partial block using internally disjoint strongest strong parts. I told you what's the strongest part as well as the strong part. So when you connect them together, so you get strongest strong part. So only 5 of Harare's condition was able to be proved. So we thought, what about the other 2? We searched again, and in order to check whether the remaining conditions are valid even in a subcategory of the partial block structure, we made a definition. This definition is called strongest strong cycle. A cycle is a strongest strong cycle if it is a union of 2 strongest strong parts. For every pair of vertices U and V in C, except when U is a partial bridge. Just look at this. Say AB is a partial bridge. You may check it yourself. So don't take A and B. You take any other pair like A and B. You can see that this cycle is the union of 2 strongest AD parts. Strongest strong indeed. AD. This is one part. This is another part. You have to just concentrate on this circle, not on any chords. Okay, that will redirect you to somewhere else. Just look at the cycle. You can see that this definition is valid, and this is a strongest strong cycle in this graph. It's not necessary that the cycle itself is strongest strong. We talk about graphs or networks, okay? And we obtained this. If vertices of weighted graphs lie on a commonest strongest strong cycle, then this is a P block. It's a sufficient condition for a graph to be a P block. Okay, motivated by that, we again searched, and another using cycles we have got something else. Say we define something called theta evaluation of a pair of vertices. Theta evaluation is nothing. It's a weighted graph, weighted network. Look at all the cycles passing through the pair UV. Of course, they are weighted cycles. You can find the minimum weight. That's called the strength of cycle. That you take the maximum of such strengths and call it as theta evaluation of U and V. Fine. And if theta evaluation, the maximum of theta evaluation is defined as the cycle connectivity. Anyway, I am not going further in cycle connectivity, but I tell you, it's a very good area for research if somebody is interested. We have made some papers on that, but still there are several open problems. Cycle connectivity between 2 vertices is noted by CGUV, and if theta UV is 5 for some pair, we define cycle connectivity between V0, and we obtained another sufficient and necessary condition for a partial block using cycle connectivity. See, a network is a P block if and only if every pair of vertices except partial bridges, this condition is true. Connectivity equal to cycle connectivity. Okay, fine. Now, these are some more results on cycle connectivity. Not cycle connectivity, connectivity. Say these 2 conditions are equivalent in a partial block. Okay, connectivity is transitive. See, connectivity between X and Y is connectivity between X and Z, and that between Z and Y. That means the graph is connectivity transitive. That definition you can find in some of my papers, connectivity transitive papers. Transitive networks. So if graph is connectivity transitive and this condition is satisfied, then they are equivalent in a, see, this is an if and only if condition for a partial block. If these 2 are equivalent, it's a partial block and vice versa. Similarly, we got a more strong results in this manner. If theta evaluation is either empty or a singleton set, then we call the graph to be a theta. That's a direct consequence of Menger's theorem, applied in all varieties of networks. So again, I thought, what may be the impact of this reduction of flow rather than connection of flow in such interconnection networks? Okay, and we need a few more definitions. a strength reducing set is needed. This is a generalization of edge cut. You know what's an edge cut? This generalizes edge cut. All edge cuts are strength reducing sets, but not vice versa. It's a subset of the vertex set with this property. Its removal will affect the connectivity between some pair of vertices. Okay? In this category, in Vg minus S. In Vg minus S means none of this U and V should fall in S or G minus S is trivial. In complete graph case, we need this condition, that is why. If S contains single node, it's clearly a partial cut node. Similarly, we define a strength reduced set of arcs. This is that of vertex cut and this that is edge cut. Generalizing vertex cut and edge cuts. Fine? Okay. Just look at this. Look at this graph. B, F, take B and F. If you remove these two, it will affect the strength of connectedness between some other pair of nodes. Okay? You may just find it yourself. So this is a strength reduced set of nodes. Similarly, you can find strength reduced set of arcs also. Right? It is not necessary that it has to reduce the strength between all pairs of nodes or something of that type. Just one pair is enough. Fine? Okay. Now, just look at this. Let U and B be any two nodes of weighted graphs. A UV strength reduced set of nodes in G is a set of nodes such that, what is the difference here? I am looking at a specific pair. Because in Menger's theorem, I need a very, very specific pair. So instead of the whole graph or network, I'd select two U and B. And just find if there exists a not. If they are connected by an alpha strong edge, there cannot exist such a set. Okay? And connectivity follows the same relationship. If S contains a single node W, then W is a partial cutout in the same manner. Then U will be any two strong weighted graph, strength reduced set of arcs in G set of arcs, similar definition. Only that here we focus on a pair of vertices. The previous one we were searching everywhere in the graph. Here just look at a pair. Because we need to write the theorem generalization in terms of a pair of nodes. Fine? Okay. Now these are characterizations of those type of sets. G be a connected weighted graph and you be two nodes in G. Such a G is not a strong arc. A set is a strength reduced set in G. If and only if every strongest 2V path in G contains at least one node from S. Proof is available in that previously mentioned paper. And G be a connected graph and two nodes in G. A set of arcs in G is a UV strength set of arcs if and only if every strongest path from U to V contains at least one. Similar manner we can write the proof. Proof is available in the paper mentioned. Now this is going to be last but one slide of my presentation. So I request you to go through the proof once. It generalizes the node version of Menger's theorem as well as the edge version of the Menger's theorem. G is a weighted graph for any two nodes U and V. So that it is not strong. That's very, very important. In that ordinary graph category, that condition is not valid because everybody is strong. But here, such that if it is not strong is compulsory, then only you can find such sets. The maximum number of internally disjoint strongest 2V paths. Very important in flows. Actually, I have made an application of this in human trafficking. You may just search in the internet and where we have applied these type of things. That's equal to the number of nodes in a minimal UV strength reducing sets. And arc says if G is a connected weighted graph and then the maximum number of arc disjoint strongest paths in G is equal to the number of arcs in a minimal UV strength reducing set. Due to time constraint, I believe I have only 3 more minutes left. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Thank you for your patience and you can ask your doubts quickly if you have. I'll wait for your doubts and it's not necessary you have to ask your doubts today itself. Anytime you are welcome, you can email it to me. I'll respond quickly. Fine. So these are the references. So they are all my papers. You just go through my website. Just look at the graph theory papers and go through them if you are interested. Right. And thank you is my last slide. Now I wait for your questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was a very energetic kind of presentation and you have perhaps given us a lot of food for thought. In fact, I am one of the persons who have used the the tournament concept in graph theory, wherein the nodes have more strength depending upon the flows. In power engineering, I have used it once, but of course I understand that I have to learn a lot, and I hope that the questions will be forthcoming such that those questions and your answers will help me further to understand what I have done much earlier. So the floor is open. Let me hope that somebody will come up with a question, because questions actually and the subsequent answers actually enrich the any conference. Yes. Can we have some questions? Are there any in the chat box?
Come on, however childish it is, I don't mind. You can throw it at me, please.
That's a very good teacher talking. Teachers always depend upon questions to give more.
You're checking the names of participants. I've made many familiar names.
Sir, myself Siju.
Siju is there. Rosna
Good morning. Sir, good morning. I just want to know about the partial bridge and narrow bridge. You said in the beginning.
Yes. So narrow bridge is a language of a layman. Partial bridge is a language.
Okay.
That's it. Anyway, it is not exactly equal, but still in the layman's language, we can say in that way. A bridge which is affecting the flow is a partial bridge. The narrow bridge is usually a partial bridge. There, narrow is no technical term, rather is technical term. Because this bottleneck problem, Siju, they have been studied for the last 50 years by computer science people, not by mathematics people. Bottleneck problems. So, if somebody is interested, they have to look at that.
Yeah, actually, you have attracted through your presentation towards graph theory.
Thank you, and you are welcome for doing research if you are interested.
Sir.
Rosna?
Siju, he is asking you to extend your research area.
Yeah, understood.
It's a big welcome. Okay, and I think
you are all welcome actually. As far as research is concerned, there are no separation. You can contact me anytime.
Yes.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm in Kuset entrance.
Oh.
How are you doing?
Fine. Everything is fine. How are you? I have given only 40 minutes. It's almost 45 now.
Then you have to stop.
no need.
Anyway, don't worry about it. Please say something.
Okay, no problem. Continue.
Questions are important. I hope sister has questions.
Fine.
Have you questions, sister? Your questions will be important.
No problem. I will start at exactly at 10:30. Okay? Come, Vijay. Yeah, there are some more people to join for this one. Sunil, you must be knowing Vijay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm here as Kuset. Yeah.
Oh.
Connection with Kuset. Okay, you continue.
Okay, thank you, sister.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Any more questions?
Are you interested in the tournaments, utilizing for seeding players, etc.? Have you gone through those papers?
Yes. Actually, this work is already extended to tournament in another paper. I have done some work on that also.
Okay, so you have some papers there, isn't it?
Yes. We have applied them in something like poverty and human trafficking.
Okay,
You may just Google it. You can find my papers.
I'll search for that, because I am interested in knowing the strength of generating statements.
It is a directed network. That's the difference. We can extend these concepts straightly to directed networks also. What I have been discussing is interconnection network without directions.
Okay. For us, power flow is in which direction is very important for us. So it becomes what is called as directed network. So once directed networks are there, we realize that from where the power flows is going to be quite important, okay, to perhaps change the direction, etc. So I have used it in that context, but I use the tournament concept for feeding the, for
Okay.
giving, for ascribing what is called as power vectors.
Okay. You are welcome for doing some research together.
I'm too old to do research, but still, I hope I will have to be able to direct people to approach you. So it was very, and in fact, I think the largeness of your heart is coming through all the while, and that's a big area for us to work in. That is where you are willing to share. Okay, so I believe the organizers will now go a step further and thank you profusely because you gave a very interesting as also very perhaps a very useful kind of session. Thank you, Professor.
One more moment, actually, to the participants, I have one thing to tell you. See, in the current scenario, in the internet world, this is more relevant than the classic work. So you have to, there are plenty of open problems available. If you are simply sitting doing nothing, you just read these papers and try to do some work on this. And whenever you have a problem, just ask me, I'll help you. Thank you.
Okay, Professor. That's a big motivation. Don't sit simply and not doing anything. Yeah. Okay, then I hope the floor is over to the organizers. Please, I think we must have. Yeah, we are all out of time. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Sunil Matthew, for having delivered a very excellent session. We also thank you for having inspired our participants. We also thank Dr. Sudha Balagopalan for having chaired the session. The fifth invited talk will be beginning at 10:30 a.m. We request all to remain in the session. The feedback link will be shared after the next session. Participants, please note, the feedback link will be shared after the next session.
Sir, how is the situation there?
Corona
Yes, sir.
is a very common situation, so we don't worry much about that situation.
Okay. You're at college now? You're at college now?
Yeah, I'm at college now. Corona is dense everywhere, dense.
Yes, sir.
Sister,
It's a metrizable space now, Corona.
yes.
Let's go to dimension and all. No.
See, I have done some work on coronavirus. And by next month, there will be a book published by Springer to be released. And it contains some work on corona.
What is it about?
Actually, it is about something like poverty, global warming, corona, disease, that type of things together. There are some 4 notes also. Anyway, one chapter is on corona.
You don't want Corona to be out of our world. You want...
No. Corona is now our friend.
Okay. Nice name to hear, Corona. Yeah.
Then what about academic activities now?
No, we are doing everything online. I think students have a feeling that better than teachers, online is good. I think most of the teachers also feel the same because we can record and send and we can even...
Anyway, I feel other way actually.
Yeah.
I feel it on the other way. It is difficult for me to record 3 classes daily and send it to students.
Definitely, it is difficult for us, but there are many other softwares like once you prepare the slides, you can add anything and you can give in between cooking also, we can give them some assignments.
Yeah, it is there.
All those things also are there.
Yes.
But however, we should not disclose this to our government so that they should not appoint teachers here.
And that is their plan. See, in NIT, we used to take 10 to 12 ad hoc people in every semester. This time only 2. Only 2.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
What they said is you have to manage with the permanent faculty.
Yes, government of Kerala is doing the same thing, no? They are asking the permanent faculty to should share their notes instead of appointing guest faculty. That's what is going on.
Anyway,
Let us see.
so,
This.
we will admit some of our SS college from next week onwards.
Oh, you are planning so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
Ah.
Those who are in higher semesters.
I heard you have cancelled all the applications and returned money back and all.
Yes.
So this is for CSIR or
Which?
GATE.
Pardon?
This is for CSIR and GATE alone you are looking at. Huh?
I'm talking about SS college.
Research scholars, how do you screen them? How do you...
Anyway, institute also is giving fellowship.
Yeah. So
Not really. Yeah, actually, this sometime in July, we did not have that interview. We did not take any students. So in December, we can expect a big crowd.
Oh, okay.
So there will be written examination as well as online interviews.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And maybe some 5 to 6 students will be given institute fellowship. And we can also select from other type streams.
Actually, our department is planning to take only CSIR JRF students only.
Oh, so no more fellowships.
Because, see, university is giving very small amount now. It's not enough for the students also.
Yes.
And also there are good enough number of students having JRF and CSIR.
That Surya is going to submit this next semester, this semester.
Oh, my Surya. Good. Okay, give my regards to Surya. So
it's already 10:25.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye. Thank you.
I'm leaving. I'll come back.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
You can join.
respected dignitaries, invited guests, teachers, research scholars, and colleagues. Good morning to all. We are about to begin the 5th session of Invited Talks. We have with us Dr. Sister Germina K.A., Head and Associate Professor at Department of Mathematics, Central University, Kerala, for delivering the session on measurement of structural balance in a signed network. The chair for the session is Dr. V.N. Krishnachandran, Conference Chairman, ICDAM 2020. We request Dr. V.N. Krishnachandran to introduce the distinguished speaker.
Okay, good morning everybody. We have had one day of sessions yesterday and we have a very excellent talk just now. We are going to have the second invited talk just now. We have with us a very eminent mathematician, academician, teacher and scholar, Dr. Sister Germina. I am honored to be the person chairing this session and also given the responsibility of introducing our distinguished speaker. Dr. Sister Germina is professor and head of the Department of Mathematics in Central University of Kerala, located at Kasaragod in the northernmost district of Kerala. She had her education, schooling and degree in Kerala. She took her PhD degree from MS University, Tirunelveli in 1996. Before joining Central University, she was working in a private aided college, Arts and Science College in the Wayanad district in Mananthamai. She spent something like 16-17 years there. After that, she joined Central University of Kerala. And she was also a professor in the University of Botswana in the African continent. Her research interests include all the areas in the theory and applications of graph theory. She has supervised 18 PhD scholars and 8 MPhil scholars. She's a prolific writer, published 175 research articles. You can just imagine, 175 research articles in national, international journals, the prestigious journals. She has also authored a book on graph theory. She has given invited speakers in many conferences and seminars in India as well as also abroad. I am not giving all the details of that because the list is so very, very long. Many international conferences and seminars. She has been conferred some awards, the Bharata Shiksha Ratan Award and Outstanding Woman Education and Scholar Award by national foundations and societies. She is also an active member of several professional societies of mathematicians. Again, the list is very long, so I am not listing out the names of the societies and associations. This college is very fortunate to have some association with the Sister Germina, because she was also an inspiring and a guiding spirit in the formation of the Center for Studies in Mathematics. She was associated with the N.K. Sudhir, and the association is really very strong. I think they have collaborated in the research activities also. So there was a strong bond between Dr. Sister Dervina and Vidya Academy of Science and Technology. I hope this bond will strengthen in the days to come, and it will help us to do more activities under the auspices of the Center for Studies in Economics. I'm happy to introduce her to you. I humbly request her for her talk. Thank you, sister. Please you may commence your talk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Krishna Chandran. Hope you all do good in Vidya. And I'm so happy to be a part of this conference. One thing is that it is because of Vidya institution. As Professor was rightly pointing out, I had a chance of visiting your institution, I think 4 times, and especially with this discrete mathematics center, we had good discussions previously also because of my student, Dr. Sudhav, and many others there. I thank the organizers for giving me such a good opportunity to interact with you. Anyway, straight away we will go to, I of course appreciate the participants also. I'm so thankful that you are all here in this, for this 112 people. Thank you so much for the participation in advance. So I think I will present my presentation, and then if there is any queries and all, you can definitely postpone to the last time, and as far as I know, I will try to clear it out. Actually, I have prepared the lecture in such a way that I hope the participants who are attending this may be interested in doing some research. So I have prepared a slide in that sense. So I'm not giving some proofs and all in this presentation. Everything is available in the reference. You can just refer it. I will just introduce what we mean really by a network, a signed network, and then how it is associated to mathematics, and we call it as a signed graph. And then the major problem that we want to discuss is balance in any social system, and some characterization of balance theory. And then we will go to the structural balance, that is, given any network, signed network, how do we measure how balanced it is? Of course, we cannot think of a society fully balanced. So always our tendency is to make it balanced, or how far it is balanced, or what are the things that we can do to make the system balanced. So towards that, we should have a mathematical measure to measure how balanced it is or how imbalanced it is. And so I will give you some idea on that. That's what I am thinking in this lecture. So let me present my slides, and then I will give you this. And if we can note down if there is any doubt you have in between, and we can have a discussion at the end. Okay, let me share my screen. I hope it is visible to you. Some of you can reply by, because I cannot see you now.
Yes, ma'am. It is clear.
Okay. So my lecture is on measurement of structural balance in signed network. So for that, let us see what do we mean by a signed network. Being mathematicians, let us call this network signed graphs. You all know what is a graph. It is just the association of anything related, how it is related. We just say how it is related. That's what it means. So a signed graph means, other than graph, we assign some sign on its edges. That is, formally you can say that a signed graph sigma is any ordered pair G sigma. What is this G? This G is our usual graph with a vertex set and edge set. And together with that, there is a function, signature function, mu to the edge set of E of G to plus or minus. There are different ways of expressing a signed graph. Either you can put a plus sign or minus sign or on it edges, or you can represent the positive edge with the bold line and negative edge with the dotted lines. There are different ways of doing it. So this underlying graph G may have loop, multiple edges, half edges with one endpoint. What do you mean by half edge? Actually, we don't. Of course, we are aware of what we mean by loops in a graph, multiple edges in a graph, and all. But what are half edges? That we usually do not see. That is with only one endpoint. Which means you can think of taking an edge with two endpoints, take a scissor and cut it in the middle. What do you get? You get some piece with one endpoint. That is what we mean by half edges. Loose edges means there is no endpoints at all. Should we consider such loose edges? Definitely, because in social psychology and all, we say we want to have gossiping and all. So as you know, for gossiping there is no origin and there is no end. If you ask some gossipers, who told you? Somebody told, because there is no origin like. So such edges we usually in sociology we usually denote it by loose edges. But in signed graph theory, we don't give any sign to this half and loose edges. Or in other words, they do not receive any signs. Or they are not worthy to have any signs in network theory. If C is a cycle in sigma, I hope you all know what do we mean by a cycle. So in signed graph theory, how do you decide whether a cycle is positive or negative is important? That is, if the product of the signs on the edges is positive, we say it is a positive cycle. And if similarly, if the product is negative, we say it is a negative cycle. This is an example of a simple signed graph. You can see I have represented here as bolded lines with positive edges and dotted lines with negative edges. Why should we study this signed graphs? That arises the second question. That is, these signed graphs actually are introduced by Harari to handle problem in social psychology. Recently, signed graphs have been considered in the study of many complex networks. So it is very worthy to study signed networks because of its application. So the first thing that comes into our mind regarding a signed network is balance, to decide whether the given network is balanced or not. So let us have some characterizations on balance. Given a signed network, how do you decide whether it is balanced? Some characterizations are there. A signed graph is said to be balanced if and only if all its cycles are positive. You identify all the cycles in the network. If you see that all the cycles are positive, we have already seen how to decide whether a cycle is positive or negative. Just take the product of the signs on its edges. If all the signs are all the cycles are positive, we say that that network itself is a balanced network. At least one cycle negative means it is unbalanced, clearly. Other characterizations are, okay, this I already told you. A cycle has positive sign if it has even number of negative edges. So a graph is said to be balanced if all its cycles are positive. Okay, another famous characterization for signed network is, a signed network is balanced if its vertex sets can be divided into two sets, either of which may be empty also, so that each edge between the set is negative and each edge within a set is positive. That is, you should be able to bipartite the vertex sets into two sets such that you can have edges in one side and you can have edges in the both partition set. All the edges should be positive, or there should be a positive relationship between each group, and in between there should be negative edges. So we say that that system is again balanced. This can be considered as a generalization of usual balance theorem in ordinary graph. So this is a simple example for a balanced network. I consider here this triangle vertex, this part, as one part and this as the second part. I have divided the vertices into two partitioned set. This part contains 3 vertices and this part contains 2 vertices. And all the edges in between these 3 vertices are positive. Here the 2 vertices are positive. And interconnecting edges are all negative. So this small signed graph is a balanced signed graph. So can you divide the vertices of the given network like this? That is, in each partition, all the edges are positive and interconnecting edges are all negative. Then you can say that the system is balanced. Another characterization for balance is a signed graph is balanced if and only if for every vertices u and v in V, all paths connecting u and v have the same sign. You can take any pair of vertices and then you compute the path between those two pair of vertices u and v. They should be of same sign. Same sign in the sense, suppose I have a path of length 5 and I get the product as negative. Suppose I take a path of length 10 or 15, that sign also should be negative. For every pair of vertices, this should be true. Same sign. We are not saying that sign should be positive. So a signed graph is balanced if and only if we can be partitioned into two subgraphs such that vertices within the subgraph are connected by a positive edge and vertices in separate subgraphs are connected by negative edge. So from this we can definitely conclude that the subgraph of a balanced graph is always balanced. This is some example of some balanced and unbalanced graphs. This is a balanced graph in the sense that I take the product on the cycles here, positive, negative, negative, positive. The total product is positive, so it is balanced. This also minus into plus is again positive. So these two cycle C4s are balanced. Here you can see minus into plus minus is negative. So it is unbalanced. The minus into plus is negative. So again unbalanced. So here using Harare's bipartition, I represent this red colored edges as positive and blue colored as negative. So see you see this partition. This partition there are all positive edges. This partition also there are all positive edges. Interconnecting them are negative. But look at this. This I have of course this part is of course all positive. This part also is positive, but interconnecting there is negative. This part there is a negative edge also sitting inside. So this is not balanced. Or I have not partitioned the set in such a way that all the partitioned sets are having positive edges and interconnecting them are negative edges. Professor Sambat Kumar looked at balance in a different way. He proved that a signed graph is balanced if and only if there exists a marking mu such that for all uv in E, sigma of uv can be written as mu of u into mu of u. This marking is done at the vertices. So, which means arbitrarily can you give signs to the vertices such that every edge receives the product of that. If so, the system is balanced. Professor Saslasky, who is the very giant in signed graph, he proved balance in terms of switching. If you are not aware of switching, I will definitely let you know what is the switching. So now, a graph can be switched to all positive signed graphs if and only if it is balanced. That is, switching I will explain now. So can you switch a given signed network to all so that the switched signed graph is all its edges are positive, then we can say that it is a balanced network. So I will give you what do we mean by switching. Switching is a function eta from B to plus minus, that is a vertex at B to plus minus. We arbitrarily give plus or minus symbols to vertex V. The switched signature means sigma eta of E is you take the product of the sign of that particular vertex V and U and that particular edge BU. That is product of eta of V, sigma of E, eta of W. That is what is the switched graph. Or in other words, we can think of switching in other way also. You take any subset of the vertex set V. Switching sigma by this subset of the vertex set X means reversing the signs of every edge in the cut set E of XX complement. You consider all the cut set in edges in the cut set E of XX complement, reverse the sign. Then the switched graph is usually denoted by sigma x. So this is same as sigma eta, where sigma of v equal to -1 if and only v belongs to x. I will show you one example for that. Suppose I want to switch this graph with respect to this particular vertex v. I am taking this simple vertex. So this is the graph. So this edge is incident to this vertex. In the switched graph, this will become negative. And this graph, this diagonal edge in this original signed graph is negative. I make in the switched graph it positive. And here it is positive, I make it as negative. Here it is negative, I make it as positive. So for this graph, this is a switched graph. This is switching with one vertex set, vertex V. So next, of course, we can say many things. We have to be very much bothered about what is the computation time, what we are talking about. So the computation time to decide whether a signed graph is balanced. Harare and Cable in 1979 proposed a polynomial time algorithm to determine whether a graph is balanced or not. And they named the algorithm as Harare-Cable algorithm. There is a correspondence theorem also. For each marked graph M, there exists a single balanced signed graph S. That is, for each connected S, there exist two marking M and M dash, which are signed reversals of each other. So with this, we will go to the definition of structural balance, and we will come back to the computation a little more, and then we will go to the how to measure this imbalance also. What do we mean by structural balance? This is very important in the sense that social psychologists all use this structural balance. For them, they do not use mathematics but they are using mathematics theory without knowing that they are using mathematics. So let us have a look at what is structural balance problem. It means that for every set of three nodes, we consider the three edges connecting them. Either all the three of these edges are positive, or else exactly one of them is positive. What does it mean? Usually, social psychologists started with the dyads. Dyad means two persons and their relations, which means we get a K2 if you say it in terms of graph theory. But more than that, nowadays we use triads. That is, three people form a complete network. So when do it be balanced? If all these three people are positive among them, definitely it is balanced. Exactly one of them is negative. We see, you know that triangle is again a cycle. Actually, one of them is negative means you will get the product again negative. So it is a negative association. The theory behind structural balance comes from social psychology. How does a balanced network like at higher level? One way to look at a balanced network is to see whether if everyone likes each other, that is, all the edges are positive. That is, all triangles have thus three positive elements. A slightly more complicated representation would be mentioned as follows. If a complete graph can be divided into two sets of mutual friends with complete mutual antagonism between the two sets, then it is balanced. So that is, we are thinking of property, we are thinking of a network that in that network everybody contacts each other. In that sense, the measure should be if a complete graph can be divided into two sets of mutual friends with complete mutual antagonism between the two sets, then it is balanced. So three fundamental questions about the signed graph that can be asked are, is the signed graph balanced? That is, we have already seen there is a polynomial time algorithm if it is planar. What is the largest size? If not, if the given system is not balanced, then what is the largest size of a balanced set in it? It is very difficult to compute. It is an NP hard problem because it is at least as hard as maximum cut problem. If the graph is all negative, the problems are equivalent. What is the smallest number of vertices that must be deleted to make it balanced? This is a very important question in the frustration theory and all. That is, how many relationships should be cut? Minimum number should be cut so that the system becomes balanced, or the network become balanced, or our attitude become balanced. So this is again an NP hard problem, but there are some measures to measure it that we will look at. The theory of balance in scientific graph and psychological theory of balance frustration index. Let us have a look at it first. Harare and Hartwide generalized Harday's psychological theory of balance in triangles of sentiments to a psychological theory of balance and graphs. So for that, let us look at what do we mean by frustration index. An unbalanced signed graph may become balanced when some of its vertices or edges are deleted. This is captured by two parameters, frustration number or frustration index. The frustration index is the minimum number of edges whose deletion from sigma results in a balanced graph. Then what is frustration number? It is the minimum number of vertices whose deletion from sigma results in a balanced graph. Actually, it is deletion of edges or deletion of vertices itself. But we don't usually encourage deletion of vertices, as deletion of an vertex means if they are individuals means we are putting them out of our network, which is not fair. But deletion of edges is more applicable because you can delete some association with some individuals or with some attitudes of ours. So frustration index is more important than frustration number as far as social psychology is concerned. So it is usually denoted by I of sigma, where n represents the number of edges that revolve, frustration index. At least as it's again at least as hard as the maximum cut problem, therefore it is an NP hard problem. But it is solvable in polynomial time if the graphs are planar or embeddable on the torus. It is being proved in 1982 and 1978 respectively. The frustration index equals the cardinality of the minimum deletion set as in L of G equal to cardinality of E star, and each edge in cardinality of E star lies an unbalanced cycle, and every unbalanced cycle of the network contains an odd number of edges in E star. It is also shown that L of G equals the minimum number of unbalanced fundamental cycles induced over all spanning trees of the graph. And another result is that the graph resulted from deleting all the edges in E star is called the balanced transformation of sine graph. These terms are all comes from social psychology, and we mathematicians have nothing to claim over it. But after they invested, we found that it has a beautiful theory in mathematics. Another is it follows that a binomial distribution with the parameters n into n minus 1 by 2 and p over 2 in which p represents the equal probabilities for positive and negative edges in Erdős Rini graph. I hope you all must be definitely knowing this graph. Therefore, the expected number of frustrated edges is n into n minus 1 into p over 4. And they also prove that such a network is almost always not balanced when this probability is greater than log 2 over n. It is straightforward to prove that frustration index is equal to the minimum number of negative edges or very important role in the theory of balance in this respect. So some questions we can ask about. These are the questions about relationship between circles. The whole is a cordyless cycle of length at least 4, usually in a simple graph. Triangles are expected because many questions about graphs are answered by excluding holes or odd or even holes, but not triangles. So, or in other words, we can think in such a way that suppose you take a C4, if I about a triangle. So basically, triangles has to be studied in detail. So any researcher who wants to do some research on this frustration index or frustration number should definitely read this paper of Thomas Oslasky. It is negative and positive circles in signed graphs, a problem collection. He gives more than 50 open problems there. It is published in AKC International Journal of Graphs and Combinatorics in 2018. And any researcher should definitely who work in signed graphs or who want to work in this such networks should read this network. He clearly mentioned many open problems there. So I want to mention some such problems which he mentioned in his paper. Complement of the frustration index problem, that is removal of the minimum number of frustration edges results in a maximum balance subgraph. Actually, it is NP hard to decide, but for small networks, of course, you can think of. Every sigma with n vertices and m edges has a balanced subgraph with at least m over 2 plus n minus 1 by 4 edges. Actually, what is this maximum balance subgraph problem? We should be little more aware of that. I think you can read this Gupta's paper in 2007. Balance subgraph is also known by the name correlation clustering in the field of graph clustering. We always hear this word clustering. Even in our day-to-day life, we see this word clustering. Let us see how it affects this study of balance theorem. The bridge between a subgraph problem to a clustering problem is due to Harare's theorem. We can partition the set of vertices in a balanced graph into two clusters such that every positive edge is within one of the clusters and every negative edge crosses the two clusters. Determined by approximation algorithm that solves approximately within 87.9% optimality of order of n raised to 2l nm the whole cube, where L is the number of negative edges. Even now, deep study or deep research is going on regarding with respect to these clusters. Many softwares has been developed how to divide a given social network in terms of clusters and all. So in 2000 and utilized a method based on parameterized algorithm for the edge bipartition problem to find exact solutions to instances approximated by Dasgupta, order of 2 power k m square, where k is the maximum amount of edge deletions. To finding the maximum L of sigma over all possible sigma, that is switching, Kn has a uniquely maximum frustration index of lower seal n-1 whole squared over 4, achieved when Kn has an all negative sign. So upper bounds for some complete bipartite graphs have been computed. This number for KLR, the frustration index for KMN are also computed. Also, they have found, Gupta and team have found some exact solutions for KLR where L less than or equal to 7. All other problems in this area is open. Some of the interesting problems is characterize a signed graph in which any two negative circles have at least two vertices in common. Professor Soslasky called them quasi-balanced. So partially known, we are working still on it. Partially known is Thomas Soslasky's paper on quasi-balanced signed graphs. It is under preparation actually. Little bit of known about this question. Another interesting question is characterize the signed symbol graphs with no cordyless negative cycles or with none other than triangles. That is no negative holes actually. You have defined, we must be remembering we have defined holes. And this is easy for chordal graphs also known as triangulated graphs because the definition is that every circle longer than a triangle has a chordal graph is positive, the graph is balanced. In general, this question is very hard to decide. Still, it is a very good open problem to attack. Characterize assigned simple graphs with no chordless positive circles or with graphs. If every triangle in a assigned chordal graph is negative, the graph is anti-balanced definitely. Again, the general question is not so easy. It is we do not know whether it is NP hard and all, but it's not easy to answer. Again, I am telling you, if you are really interested, kindly have a look at this AKC International Journal of Graphs and Combinatorics, published in 2018 by Thomas Lasky. The paper title is Negative and Positive Circles in the Signed Graphs. Let us go back to the clustering of signed graphs. The ability possible to partition vertices of a signed graph so that every line that connects the vertices that belong to the same cluster is positive.
Participants, I think there is some connectivity issues on the side of Sister Dr. Germina. Let us wait until she rejoins. Participants are requested to remain in the meeting until Dr. Sister Germina rejoins. I think she has some connectivity issues on her side. She will be rejoining soon. Participants, please remain in the meeting.
So others are not responding.
Participants are requested to remain in the meeting. We are waiting for Sister Germina to join soon. Yes, Sister Germina, she has joined us. We can continue the session.
Let me know up to what you heard, please. എവിടെ തുടങ്ങി എടുക്കണ്ട എപ്പോഴാണ് അവർ പറഞ്ഞത്? മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചുള്ളൂ. 2 മിനിറ്റൊക്കെ മെസ്സേജ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. മെസ്സേജ് ഞാനൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ. എന്താണ്? I'm sorry, shall I start from clustering? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
From where, please? Should I continue from here? Can you see my screen now?
Okay, I think you can continue from there.
From where should I continue? Please let me know. Shall I continue from here? Measures
Yeah,
of
okay.
bipartivity? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, another test is for bipartivity, consisting in counting the cycles in the network. If a network is almost bipartite, there are more cycles of even length than cycles of odd length. Thus, the proportion of. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Yeah, thus the proportion of odd cycles to the total number of cycles, approximately weighted to avoid infinite cycle counts, can be used to calculate the bipartivity. Let P of k be the number of cycles of length k in T. Using the adjacency matrix I of G, we can express this P of k as trace of AK. And this measure depends on length dependent cycle weight W of k, without which sums would diverge. Several choices for WOK are possible. You can take WOK is equal to 1 over factorial k, resulting in the matrix exponential and hyperbolic sign BC of G equal to trace of sin h of a divided by trace of exponential of a. Another measure is degree centrality. Degree centrality is a widely studied measure, among which simplest centrality metric is the degree centrality. So in social network, we converse with or we relative to many other people. So a node of high degree might be thought of as one which access to more information sources with more prestige, etc. So degree centrality measures all neighbors are equal, and hence the number of neighbors matter in this measure. It is simply depending upon the degree of the given vertex. So, what is eigenvector centrality? In many circumstances, the importance of a vertex increases if it is connected to important nodes called eigenvector centrality. Not only how many are my neighbors, who are my neighbors also matters here. The eigenvector centrality of a node can be large for two reasons, namely the number of neighbors and the importance of the neighbors. It is important to note that many of the eigenvector-based centrality matrices can be explained through random walks on graphs. Closeness centrality measures the distance from the vertex to the rest of the network. So this also is important in the sense how far I am from a particular vertex, how far I am from a more influencing person. This closeness centrality measures that. Then another measure is betweenness centrality. This measures the extent to which vertices with high betweenness may have considerable influence within a network by virtue of their control over information passing between others, and removal of vertices with high betweenness will disrupt the most communication between other vertices. Another is page rank. Page rank is a variant of the eigenvector centrality measure for directed network. These are some of the main measures to measure the balance or imbalance of a given network. These are my references. There are more references actually, but I have used only, I have cited here. And thank you all. I will be happy. I think I have taken 10 minutes more. I am sorry for that. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Okay, participants, please. Dr. Sister Dermina has presented a lot of research problems. Those who are looking for opportunity for doing research, I think this is a very good introduction. So, the participants, if you have any questions, can directly ask her in this forum. She will be available for discussions and consultations. She is very friendly and she is always accessible. It's a very, very nice presentation. That gives you an idea of what is happening in graph theory nowadays. What are the type of problems that they are talking about, from simple vertices and nodes.
Any questions there?
Any questions? Participants, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Oh, Rohit.
Ma'am, my name is.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, my name is Rohit. I'm doing research at Christ University, Bangalore. Ma'am, in the beginning, you were telling something about half edges. So I have not heard about such a concept before, like half edges. So I would like to hear a little more about that. Like, how does it affect the other parameters in the graph,
Sure.
and so on?
Sure. Half edges and this loose edges have been introduced just because we want to apply scientific graph theory to social networking as well as to psychology. Okay. So suppose I want to, you must have heard of gossiping. Rohit? Am I audible to you, Rohit? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I assume you are hearing me. Suppose you get some gossiping to you. It is a study in sociology, actually, gossip study. If you go to any personality introduction and all, they usually give a game to us. Pass one particular message from one to the other, one to the other, to the other. The last person will be receiving a very different message. Okay, so here what we mean by loose edges I will explain once. Suppose somebody had spread some gossip against me. I would like to know who started it. Will I get it? No. If the person who goes, what do they say? Don't say that I told you. Okay. That person must have got this message from the previous one saying that don't tell that I told. Which means there is no father or mother for that particular message. So how do this can be put in sociology? There is no origin, there is no end. So we need to have a loose edge. And for half edge, what do we mean? There was a relationship between A and B. Assume so. Now, A do not want to have a relationship with B, but B has no problem. Anyway, in that particular social network, A and B want to cut. So you take a scissor and cut the relationship between them, which means B exists in the network. A also exists in the network. They have association with others, but there is no edge between this. It is somewhat like deleting the edge in between them. But through this A and B, they can go to somebody else. Through somebody else, they can reach A. They don't have direct relationship. To express such things in sociology, we don't have any other means other than introducing this half edge. So Zaslavsky was saying that when he tried to, if you read Zaslavsky's basic paper on signed graphs in with edition 2012, if you want I can give you a book of that also. In that book, it is clearly written why a social network is in need of half edges and loose edges. And in network theory, for if there are sign has to be assigned, which sign we will assign to this? It is very complicated. So we don't give any sign. Or in other words, in the network of sociology, they ignore gossiping or they ignore such cutting relationship and then again joining. For a time being, I don't want to contact you. Such people can remain. So such relationship, direct relationship, we want to avoid in a network. In that case, this kind of half edges may be useful. Hope you got it, Rohit.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, like this concept, can we use it in studying the cases where the spread of coronavirus? Suppose we are
Definitely.
do,
Actually, we were trying to do this. See, this is actually what we are doing by distancing. You are so correct. You can use
yes,
this concept in this network theory to study corona. Not only corona,
okay,
any spreading. Actually,
yeah,
this,
spreading it.
yeah, they are using it. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rohit. At least I got one question. I'm happy to have such questions. Happy to know that you are doing your research good. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you,
Any
ma'am.
other question? Any other question, please?
Ma'am, there is a question from Bhargava Kandila in the chat window. How much has been studied on the betweenness centrality? Any references?
Yeah, I have given in my reference. I have seen 7 papers on betweenness. Of course, there is a survey paper also on that. That survey paper gives more. Betweenness, these are all, see, in betweenness study and all, what people are trying to do is they are giving some bounds. And in every paper, what I have seen is that they are making a better bound. And complete solution or complete algorithm or complete explanation is not being seen in any of the papers. Yeah, if you want to have the reference, I will definitely send my slide to that particular person. They can have a look at it. Yeah. Even otherwise, if you go to any Scopus indexed site, you will get, simply type betweenness, you will get plenty of papers. Betweenness measure, to measure a signed network. With that keywords, you will get all the papers. Yeah. Any other question? I cannot see my chat box here actually. I'm not in my office, so I have a little bit constraint because of that. So if you have anything, organizers can please put it. If no more
Okay.
questions,
Any further questions, please?
Yeah, if no more
Somebody trying
questions, I
to
would like to wind up because I'm on duty also. Set exam is going on. And I have come here as an observer. I don't want to make them too tensed.
Okay, any more questions from participants? I think somebody is trying to pose a question.
Yeah. Okay, please. Please.
Mr. Bhargava is requesting you to share the PPT.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I can share the PPT to the organizers. You can.
Okay. The organizers will make it available. Okay, thank you.
Only for only those who really want only can be shared because there may be some small spelling mistakes and all.
Okay. Okay, it will not be.
So
Okay,
those who want really, you can send to them personally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Some Jyoti is coming online. What's the problem? Okay. Okay, Krishna sir, shall we wind up then?
Okay, yeah.
Krishna Chandra sir, yeah.
Yes, madam. Okay, I think formally, I would like to express.
No problem, sir.
It's formality, but it's not formal. It's coming out of that. Because with the support of people like you, we could have arranged such a conference. But thank you very much for the support. Probably I may also do some work with it. But thank you, sister, so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all the participants for your silent listening. I'm so grateful to you all. Thank you, bye. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Sister Dr. Germina K. for a very interesting session. We also thank Dr. V. N. Krishnachandran for having chaired this session. Thanks to all the participants. The valedictory session will be held at 3:30 p.m. in this venue. All participants are requested to join for the same. The feedback link has already been shared. Please fill the feedback form and submit it. Thanks to all participants for your active participation. Thank you and have a nice day.
Okay, Divya, we hope you will share this record thing to me also, to my mail also.
Yes, ma'am, we shall share.
So for others' lectures also, I couldn't attend.
Okay, yes, ma'am, we shall share the link, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you once and all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Miss Divya, make an announcement regarding the presentation of papers.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
Make the announcement regarding the paper presentations also.
So the paper presentations are going on right now at two venues. It has started already at 10:45, sir.
Okay.
Okay, it is going on. It will be finishing soon, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So,
സൈഡാക്കില്ലേ ആ യൂട്യൂബ് നോക്കിയെടുക്കും ഇത് പ്രസന്റേഷൻ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്തു യൂട്യൂബിൽ നിന്നിടാണ്
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان
പണി പിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല അതില് ലാസ്റ്റ്
അതന്നെ അത് ഡിവൈസസിലേക്കായിരിക്കും
അല്ലെന്നേ മീറ്റ് എടുക്കും ഫസ്റ്റ് എൻ്റെ കാസ്റ്റർ ഓപ്ഷൻ മതി അതിൻ്റെ 2-3 സാധനം എനേബിൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയുന്നു പക്ഷേ അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന്
Respected dignitaries, invited guests, teachers, research scholars, and colleagues, good afternoon to all. We are about to begin the valedictory function of International Conference on Discrete and Applied Mathematics, ICDAM2020. Let us begin the valedictory session by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. We invite Dr. Vinita CP, Assistant Professor, Applied Sciences, for rendering the invocation.
सर्वभूतेषु येनैकम् भावमव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकम्.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing committee, we invite Dr. Sushant C., Coordinator, ICDAM, and Associate Professor, Department of Applied Sciences, to welcome the participants.
Thank you, Professor Divya. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's valedictory function. A warm good evening to all. First of all, I would like to thank the ICDAM 2020 team for giving me an opportunity to speak on this auspicious occasion, and it is a matter of honor to me. We have been fortunate to be assisted by our principal, Dr. C.B. Saji, who is the president of this function. You have been a constant support and you have given a lot of encouragement. On behalf of myself and the Department of Applied Sciences, Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, we are welcoming you, sir, to this gathering. Dr. Sudha Balagopalan, our former principal and Professor and Dean Academics, Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, who is always a strength of Department of Applied Science in many programs and occasions. Welcome, teacher, to this valedictory function. I, on behalf of the Department of Applied Sciences and myself, extend a very hearty welcome to our Vice Principal and the Chairman to this International Conference, ICDAM 2020, Dr. V.N. Krishandran, to this function. Dr. G.B. Jose K., HOD, Department of Applied Sciences, Vidya Academy of Science and Technology. In this such a short time, you have made the best arrangements for this program. Hearty welcome, dear teacher, to this gathering. I would also like to welcome Dr. N.K. Sudev, Professor, Department of Mathematics, Christ University, Bangalore, to this auspicious function. It's my pleasure to welcome all the invited speakers, research scholars, faculty members from all over the world who have participated and presented their research papers to this valedictory function. I also extend my warm welcome to the directors, the management team, and HODs of various departments with the Academy of Science and Technology to this function. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the faculty members of Applied Science Department, faculty and non-faculty members of Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, our IT team members, Professor Shivadasan, Mr. Prashant, Mr. Shali, Mr. Martin, Mr. Arjun, and all other members of Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, dear students, and all other dignitaries and delegates present over here for making this program a grand success. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Ms. Ida David, Coordinator, ICDAM 2020, and Assistant Professor, Department of Applied Sciences, to provide an overview of the conference.
Thank you, Professor Divya. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, all. The conference is a great way to learn from experts. It's an opportunity to meet people and expand our network. The International Conference on Discrete and Applied Mathematics, ICDAM2020, aims to provide a platform to discuss the current research area in discrete mathematics and introduce different domains of applied mathematics. We have received around 500 registrations from all over the world. We have received 43 paper presentations, out of which 27 valid papers are selected. On 16 September 2020, there is a compendium release ceremony. On that day, compendium was released by Professor Vishwanath Datta. It was prepared by Professor Siju Casey from Applied Science Department, Vidya. The conference was inaugurated by APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jayashree MS, and the function was enriched with many eminent personalities. Dr. Vishwanath Datta handled the first invited talk in the conference on machine learning, statistical regression, and numerical optimization. It was a very useful session for beginners in machine learning. The afternoon session was handled by two speakers. The first one by our conference chairman, Dr. V.N. Krishnendran sir. He delivered a lecture on the topics History of Kerala Mathematics. It was a very informative session. Then Dr. Sonia Balagopal delivered the session on structures and symmetry. It was a very lively session. At the same day, on morning, we have 15 paper presentations held at different venues.
Professor Ida, we are unable to hear you.
Hello, can I audible?
Yes, now you're audible. Yes.
Sorry for the interruption. On the second day, we also have paper presentations on 2 venues, and 10 papers are presented there. All the sessions are very informative, and all the participants are participated well. So I strongly believe that this conference gave us several ideas on the current trends. Best wishes for all the participants.
Conference Chairman ICDAM2020 to deliver the valedictory address.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Why everybody is hiding behind the screens? The conference is supposed to be a venue for interactions, seeing each other, even though we are not able to see face to face physically, at least we must be able to see in the screen. Okay. All the participants, organizers, my colleagues, friends, good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be addressing this gathering. Let me congratulate the Center for Studies in Discrete Mathematics, India, for taking the initiative in organizing such an international conference. Thank the Center for nominating me as the chairman of the conference. I'm thankful to them. Vidya had a tradition of organizing international conferences. The first international conference was organized in 2010. A huge success. It's called EPSICON. It is organized by the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. And subsequent to that, almost every 2 years, similar conferences were organized by the same department. But it is for the first time that some other department of the college is organizing an conference. As the chairman of the conference and also an observer of all the various components of the conference, I am really happy, really, the bottom of my heart, that the conference was a great success. It was a huge success in terms of the registrations. 500, nearly 500 persons have registered for the conference. A huge success. I understand that the inaugural session was attended by nearly 250 persons through Google Meet, plus several others in the live streaming of the sessions through YouTube. Yes, I think considering the nature of the subject, I consider that as a huge success. Again, in terms of the number of papers received and the number of papers presented, in all these areas also, the conference was a success. That is my personal assessment. I attended one or two paper presentation sessions, since the presentations were conducted simultaneously in parallel sessions. I could not attend all of them, but I was present in one or two venues. And my impression is that the quality of papers presented was also very, very, very good. The content-wise, the style-wise, the slides, everything was kept up to the standards of an international conference. A very huge appreciation to all the presenters. Very clearly presented their ideas. Okay, so I am extremely happy that we could keep the standards of the papers, the presentations as to the standards of an international conference. And regarding the invited talks, okay, they were all very, very lively, very informative, and shed much light on the current research areas in certain fields, especially the two talks on graph theory, one by Professor Sunil Matthew and the other by Professor Dr. Sister Jemina. They opened up the current areas. So those who are interested in doing research, especially in the areas connected with the graph theory, the talks were extremely useful. And that's exactly one of the aims of this conference. Though because this was conducted in online mode, the participants were not able to meet face to face, make discussions, make acquaintances, etc. This is one of the advantages of participating in a conference, but it was not possible. But there is another advantage. The advantage is that, see, even persons in remote areas, living in different parts of the country and also all over the world, can come together, can present their ideas. That is the main advantage of having a conference in the online mode. So in that respect, this conference was also a huge success, because many people from other various parts of India and also across the world have participated in the various sessions of the conference, invited talks, paper presentations, discussions, and everything. Now, regarding the publications, we have already released the compendium of abstracts. It was released by Professor Dr. Vishwanathan Datta, and a copy has been made available to all the paper presenters, and shortly that compendium will be made available to all the registered participants. A few typos have been spotted, so they have to be cleared, and after the corrections, the compendium will be made available to all the registered participants. Then the full text of the papers will appear in proceedings, so that requires some processing. We expect every contributor to submit a copy in the LaTeX format. This is what we request, because to have a uniform style for the papers, it is essential that the contributors submit papers in the LaTeX format. I think most of the papers have been received in that format. Now, some typesetting have to be done. Without much delay, the full proceedings will be made available to possibly all the participants. Okay. At this moment, I think I can confidently say that the aim of the conference was to bring together academicians, scholars, and researchers into one platform. The aim has been achieved, at least partially. Okay, one can say there could have been more invited talks, more paper presentations. Can say like that, but cramming together so many events into 2 days is difficult, because looking at the screen continuously for so many hours is not a very pleasant experience. So I think we have succeeded in balancing that aspect also. So on the whole, I feel that the aim of the conference has been achieved. I do hope that all participants enjoyed attending the conference. I wish you all a happy learning. Continue with your activities. Continue learning. Goodbye. Stay safe. Stay at home. And be in touch with Vidya. Be in touch with the Center for Studies in Discrete Mathematics. Be in touch with all the people who attended the conference by email, by other means also, so that we can work together for the betterment of mathematical education, mathematical learning, and mathematical research in India, in the whole world. That is what we require. Okay? I wish you all happy learning once again. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for participating in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have a feedback session. We invite our participants to kindly provide a feedback regarding the conference. We would be happy if you could please unmute and please speak about, give a feedback about the conference. If anybody of the participants can please unmute yourself and provide a feedback of the session, we would be happy to hear from you. So please unmute yourself and please give a feedback of the session.
Hello.
Yes, Rosanna, you can please speak.
Okay, please start.
Yes, thank you so much for. Yes, I'm Rosna Paul.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Rosna Paul. I'm actually a former research student of NIT Calicut. Now I'm currently working in TU Graz, Austria. Thank you so much for accepting my paper so that I could get an opportunity to present it in this wonderful conference. And I felt it is very good. All the invited talks are extremely very beautiful and I really enjoyed it. And I would like to thank all the coordinators for coordinating this wonderful conference. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rosna. That was very nice to hear from you. Anybody else can also please speak up.
Feedback from Santosh, Dr. Santosh Singh is in the chat box. Divya, if you can read out that.
Yes, there are certain feedbacks in the comment section. I shall just read it out. Dr. Santosh Singh, he says that the program, it saves time, energy and expenses. Overall feedback, he says it's an excellent program. The success of the program indicates the new era of online learning and it saves time, energy and expenses. Others also have commented. Swati Agarwal says excellent session. Then Pradeep Kumar also says well-organized conference. Agilan also says well organized or excellent. Yes. Anybody else would like to unmute and speak? Please unmute and speak.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you. Please speak up.
Yes, can I hear you?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Yes.
I'm Sarasri, research scholar, Sri Ayappa College for Women, Chungangadai. I was very enjoyed this beautiful sections. 2 days, I very enjoyed, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else?
Okay, dear participants, it is not feedback. You just say what you feel like. What you feel like now. It's not a formal feedback. We are not expecting you to say very good. Say, how do you feel like?
Yeah.
Just say, feel like. Okay, and I do, as the conference chair, I am the conference chairman talking. I'll be happy if you say some areas where we could have improved.
Yes, Professor Akhilan wants to speak, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Agilan. So I never seen this kind of such a formal international. Actually, really, this is an international conference. A very nice organization overall. So you are giving such a wonderful information to the participants, and you are arranging all the excellent, eminent proposals for the invited talk, and you are making such a wonderful abstract. So it's really good, sir. It is formally you are making such a wonderful abstract. It contains the invited talk and scheduled, and it is look like a uniform format. It is like a very good, very good. So overall, excellent, sir. And as well as convener, chairman, sir, everything is good, fantastic, overall, nice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Agilan. It was very nice hearing from you, and it is really a matter of encouragement for us too. We have received some more messages in the chat box. Vivekananda Jena says very informative and an organized conference. Divya Priya says very informative for online learning. Thank you so much for having given this opportunity. Jagdisha says informative sessions. Heartfelt thanks to the organizers for arranging such a wonderful conference. Amarendra Reddy says excellent. Divya Priya again says very informative for learning skills. Yes, we are very happy to hear from you. Anything else? Anybody else would like to unmute and speak? You can please speak up.
Okay, I repeat my request.
Okay.
Let me intervene. I repeat my request. Can you say something where some area where we could have improved?
Yes, I would like to say that when there was a second invited talk of today's section, there was a parallel section of paper presentation. I understood that there might be time restrictions, but since I had a paper presentation there, I missed some part of the talk. So since you have put everything in YouTube, it's good and fine, but I think if you could make some more time restrictions for invited talks, if you make it as a disjoint sections, then it would be more nice. That is the only thing I felt which needs an improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rosna. It is. I really appreciate the way you presented it. I think there were some restrictions on time. That is why it has happened. Future, if ever we are doing such things, we will think of you and we'll take your suggestion into consideration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosna. We have some more comments in the chat window. Dr. Sunil Kumar says it's an excellent session. Ms. Sindhu says enrichment of knowledge for 2 days. Mr. Narendra says all the sessions were very informative. Then Mr. Satish says a wonderful conference. Then Shikha Rai says thank you for organizing such an informative conference. And also Mr. Sandeep says excellent informative session. Tausif Ahmed says correct time management. Bhadia says all are excellent sections. Thank you so much for organizing the conference. Yeah, so we are all very happy about the feedbacks that you have given, dear participants. So this is truly a motivation for us going forward. Thank you all. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee, we request Ms. Bittu Lambi, Associate Professor, Department of Applied Sciences, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Divya. Good evening to one and all. It's a very fascinating and very engaging today's webinar. It's a great honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Applied Science of Vidya Academy of Science and Technology. Thank everyone who helped us putting this conference together. First of all, my very big thanks to the resource persons and participants flown from all over the world to attend this conference. Thank you very much for your contributions, your valuable suggestions, and your valuable time. Next, I would like to thank our special guest, Dr. Rajashree, Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam University, has found time to grace this webinar in her busy schedule. Next, we are certainly grateful to our resource persons, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Datta from USA, Professor Dr. Francisco from Italy, Dr. Sonia Balagopalan from Ireland, Sister Dr. K. Jarmina, Dr. Sunil Matthew, Dr. Krishnendran sir for their valuable and precious contributions. Next, we are grateful to our Executive Director, Chairman, Chief Patron, Principal, Finance Director, KBM sir, our HOD for their words of encouragement and continued support. Next, my heartfelt thanks goes to our Dean of Academics, Dr. Sudha ma'am, and our Vice Principal, Dr. V. N. Krishnendran sir, for their very supportive contributions. Next, we would like to thank the chairs and also the distinguished personality, Dr. Sudevan K. Next, our heartfelt thanks to the excellent presentation during the inaugural section of this webinar given by Sudhasan sir, Shali, Martin. Again, my heartfelt thanks to all participants. Lastly, I thank my colleagues for their cooperation in making this conference a resounding success. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The inaugural session comes to a close now. The national anthem will be played soon. Thanks to all once again. Thank you all. The valedictory session has come to a close now. Participants, please note there are no more feedback links to be filled right now. The certificates for the sessions will be sent to your registered email within 5 days. Thank you all and have a nice day.
Madam,